needs inspiration?
I still have mine.
I got mine twice in a row, so I'm good.
I can do my best.
That's not good enough, but it's gonna have to do. I'm sorry. It just wanted to come out.
That's
Wow.
okay. We'll see how it goes.
That's what I tell my nephews when they do their homework, and they're like, I'm like, this is wrong, and he's like, but I tried my best, and I'm like, yeah, not good enough.
God no, you better get better.
Well, Coach, you can't give me a failing grade before I even try, okay?
In the immortal words of our queen, RuPaul, you better work.
Okay, so starting off last session, Azra got fucked up. We got to cheer Mariah on from the sidelines as
Against the Lord of Dice.
as this barbarian man just kept acing those rolls. So that sucked. Azra still got taken. Mariah bamped out, didn't get fucked up, which was good. Asked for help. Callista went to Delia to talk about things. They had a very good talk. And that's when Callista got the Callista signal that Azra was taken. And she left. Delia was being a little bitch, and Anna had to talk some sense into her before they also headed out. And then everybody grouped up outside of Mistress Thalia's house. And a mighty rescue mission ensued where we fucked up almost everybody. One mage got away, and we let 2 guards leave alive. Delia's squad did a big die. Everyone but Anna fucking got KO'd. The house was already burning from numerous? No, I think there was just one fireball.
No, there were a few.
Okay.
Yeah. Numerous
Okay.
was correct.
Numerous fireballs burning the house down. We save Azra. She doesn't say anything, just starts rummaging through Talia's office, smashing more lamps. We made it back to the safe house, bringing along the corpses through the sewer system. Delia and Anna paid some homage together to the fallen friends, but mostly Anna was wrapping that up and finishing it. And then there was some yelling. Callista threw a glass at the wall near Azra, who was just trying to melt an amulet. To no avail. That kind of wrapped up, and then Delia and Callista started talking about future plans to get, hopefully, a good old healer on their side and in their safe house. I think that's about where it wrapped up, right?
Yeah. It was. Very good.
excellent job.
I rated an A+.
Cordelia.
Thank you.
I will rate it an inspiration.
Ta.
5
Yay.
trash pandas out of 5.
This music was way more complicated than I thought it was.
Yeah, it was like.
That was really intense for me wanting to go to bed.
I mean, I was getting ready for something like to burst through the wall.
Yeah.
Like,
The
"Ah!"
wolves attack now.
You were followed. Roll for initiative.
Yeah.
I have less aggressive songs.
I mean, hold on to that one.
Yeah, it was a very good one.
Here, some more chill.
Yeah. Ooh, and this is good. Only heard a couple seconds, but I like it a lot.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too, which is why I put it in my game.
Smart.
So, everyone went and rested? No?
Sure.
Yes.
Mhm.
So
excited.
I will allow Agile and Mirai and Cordelia to all push their long rest buttons so
Hey,
their
thanks.
almost dead health bars don't distract me.
Like, for real, though, I actually get to sleep this time.
Maybe.
Cool.
Why don't you roll me a wisdom save?
Oh.
Swear to God.
Nope.
Just went and said it.
Oh no.
You get to sleep.
Oh, okay, thank God. I haven't had not an exhaustion level in so fucking long.
I'm not gonna kill you yet.
Just want it to hurt. I would love to resummon my cat.
I will allow you to do so if you have what you need.
10 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got 10 gold. It's supplies.
In the morning then, Callisto would already be out, preparing food and stuff. The prior night, I would have started working on the documentation for my plan.
Can you give me a check?
Nice.
Yes.
Good job.
I could have given you guidance, but that's okay.
So as people wake up, she will have passed little notes out to different chairs. And has tried her best to find food that each person would like. The papers are not named, they're just there. They're all the same. Morning, Azra.
Good morning.
Have a seat. Helen, is there anything that you'd like? Cordelia.
Good morning.
She brings Marai coffee.
Nice.
We're in a lot of trouble.
Not as much trouble as those guys. Anna points to the room with the dead guys in.
We're lucky for that. But they might not be finished yet either. Look, what we did was way too high profile to not be noticed and to not carry consequences, so I have an idea.
Any idea would be welcome.
Anna, this might be news to you. I'm not sure how much Cordelia has told you. But we saw Jace die. In fact, we were there. And we tried to rescue him, but it was too late. It wasn't too late, though, for me to take something from him before he died. It was a note. And she will read the note, which is essentially just a note that tells him where to be, at what time, and what date, which coincides with the time and the date that he was murdered, and the place. It was basically the letter that brought him to where he died. And it's signed V. There's no way that we're going to be able to hide from what we did. So we have to make it look like something that it wasn't. We're going to need an explanation. If anybody has any ideas how to get a valid warrant from Azorius, or maybe even Orzhov, that we could backdate to yesterday, that would be very helpful. I think what we have to do is frame Thalia. If not for the murder of Jace, then at least conspiracy to it. I took some of her private files and I can work this note into them. I think if we turn ourselves in and we stick to one story, we might even accidentally look like heroes. It's not honest, but it keeps us alive and not in jail. And it gives us an opportunity to investigate more too. Marai?
Do we know if Thalia has an alibi for that night? Do we know where she was?
No.
She wouldn't have had to be there. We already know who was contracted to kill Jace. It's just making the trail.
And if the trail leads to Thalia,
We have to work fast, though.
yeah, the longer we wait, the more suspicious it looks. They're looking for us already, and it's not like I mean, we let 3 people go. Well, we let 2 go and 1 escaped, but our descriptions, probably even our names, are already out there, so... Unless we go completely underground for the rest of our lives, I feel like this is one of the only ways to clear our names, unless somebody else has another idea. But if not, I'll explain further.
Please continue.
Yes, I believe you are more well versed.
Alright. Well, when we turn ourselves in, we're going to be interrogated. We'll be told that we'll be under the effects of Zone of Truth. Nobody should resist it. But you don't have to tell the truth. You just can't deliberately lie. So if somebody asks you who gave you this assignment, you say something like, revealing that information would be very dangerous to me. At what point?
If someone asks who gave you this assignment.
If they ask who gave you the assignment, then you tell them that answering that question would compromise you and the rest of your investigation party. Which is true, because we don't have anyone that assigned it to us. If they ask why we were there, well, we were there to recover another investigator. One who had an exorbitant bounty put on her head. And Azra, I mean, I love you and everything, but the amount that Thalia offered for you is ridiculous. It looks suspicious. And I think we can use that. And it's not untrue that you have information about Thalia that could be very damaging to her. So, we tell them that. That's where the warrant helps too, because then the evidence that we collected from her house would be valid. We already know that there's a conspiracy, and we know that people like Dove and Ban are behind it. They were probably behind Jace's murder too, but we're offering them a scapegoat. And I expect that we'll probably get some help through back channels as well, that we're not maybe necessarily expecting or know to expect right now. I mean, best case scenario that is anyway. If they ask you for any proof or extra information, you just tell them that everything you're willing to divulge right now is in the documentation that was provided when we were arrested. You don't have to cooperate as long as you use words like could or possibly. Leave everything speculative. I think that there are people out there that want this swept under the rug and will probably help us do that, maybe even more than we can for ourselves. And when it's over, we keep working to try to figure out who those people were. But we do it without the immediate threat of Thalia and her retaliation. Oh, also her house burned down. You can tell them that it was fireballs cast by wizards who were trying to stop us. And maybe even, who knows, they could have been trying to destroy more evidence in the process too. We don't know for sure, so we can say it. But it does help to influence the picture that we're trying to paint of Thalia. We let 2 people go. And if their testimony can be heard, then it lends more credibility to the fact we are just there to get Azra back. She kind of like flips open the paper in front of Anna. And it's just basically like scripted lines like, here's how to say this in a way that doesn't tell them anything, but also like would hold up under Zone of Truth because it's not a lie. So basically just the stuff that I said already. Like, if you need a canned answer, there are some there to study.
Can I, like, yeah, just, like, memorize it?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what Delia would want to do as well. Especially, with the line mentioned that everything we can give you is in the paperwork we provided. Everyone should probably memorize what's in that paperwork.
Look, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but my answer to most of these questions would be, I don't know, I was just following orders. Take it up with my superior.
That's fine.
Because, truth be told, there's a lot of shit here that I can't use as an explanation as to why I was there.
Yeah, but you get the idea. I see that. Just kick
Oh
it
yeah,
up to
I can
Cordelia.
evade.
That's fine.
So, I do have someone that could maybe get a warrant unless somebody else has an easier way. I do feel like it's really important that we have that though, because if we don't, then Azorius is going to be difficult about moving forward.
I'm probably one of the biggest targets. I don't think I have any easier way to get anything right.
What do we say when they ask why we didn't turn ourselves in immediately after?
Could tell them that we were worried about being hunted by Thalia and that she would have agents waiting for us. We had to be stealthy and come out when the time was right. Plus, we had to examine some more of the evidence. We had to take some time to do that, too.
Okay.
And we were severely injured. Some of us were.
Wouldn't
Another point
our having to look at the evidence be a lie?
No, I had to look at the evidence.
Okay.
It was the stack of papers that I took from Thalia, so I had to like look at that to make it. If there was anything in there, it would have been good, but
I will also say that where we turn ourselves in matters as to what guild, and we can very easily say that because of how much corruption is running rampant in the various guilds, we had to be sure that we were going to get a fair trial.
yes, also very true. So let's do that now, and then it's for sure true if we say it. Who do we turn ourselves into? I would vote that whoever we turn ourselves into is whoever we get the warrant from, but whichever guild that is, I'm not sure yet.
Whoever you get the warrant from cannot be connected to you in any way, shape, or form.
Rules out Orzhov.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, it cannot be your brother or your father.
No, of course.
Preferably someone who maybe has their own axe to grind against Thalia, it would make it seem more convincing.
Azra, do you know anyone like that?
Not really. Thalia had didn't have high up enemies, I would say would be the best, but I mean, she wasn't unconditional. No one in Morsov is. Kaya, perhaps. One of the other pontiffs, it wouldn't be unusual for them to want to investigate further.
I haven't really seen Kaya in a little while. I don't even really know how she's doing.
Outside of that, I wouldn't. I don't know what other guild to trust.
I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Well,
I know of no one. I only know of one inside Azorius. And I don't think she has the power to help.
I worry about Dovin getting his hands on us again.
That is my fear when it comes to Azorius.
I feel like Dovin benefits from this, though.
How so?
Well, we believe him to be tied to that conspiracy, and we have some proof of it, too. And somebody with that kind of power in his position would be under a lot of scrutiny. So, if there's evidence that takes the focus away from him, it's good for him.
So blackmail.
No, not blackmail, but if we give him
The
the
enemy
sacrificial
of our enemy is a
lamb,
friend.
yeah.
Yeah. It might make
if he
taking him
doesn't,
down later more complicated.
and it puts a target back on us. It's not like Azorius doesn't have means in which to remove memories or people.
But given the situation, even if it puts a target on our back, he's already winning in whatever plot he and his master are up to. We just need to find one aspect, one person that we can put a name down on some paperwork. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I mean, make no mistake, none of this is ideal. None of us planned on any of this happening as recently as yesterday. So it's not foolproof, but we don't have the luxury now of having a perfect plan or finding one that has no risk to us, that's just off the table. So we have to do as much as we can.
Whose name in Azorius are we going to get?
Can those who are politically minded roll me
Diplomacy? Faction?
Yeah,
History?
throw me a diplomacy.
I am proficient.
Wow.
Kalista knows.
Jesus fucking Christ, Orzhov kids, no politics, I guess.
Yeah.
Sounds like Mariah's politically minded, to be fair.
I do have a couple names also from that thing.
Yeah. You do have a couple of names from that, but the one person, like if you could get the perfect person, it would make total sense that they ordered the investigation, they have no apparent link to you, and they might be willing to cross the rules in this one instant. It would be the deputy of the Living Guild Pact, the one who was basically his second in command and managed everything whenever Jace wasn't around.
Lavinia.
Ding, 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 ding.
What was the name?
Lavinia. Lavinia.
And I feel like that's a really good idea, actually. And maybe even somebody that we could be honest with about the entire thing. Well, maybe not the entire thing, but at least about Jace and the conspiracy.
Yeah, we're blameless in that. I'm sure she'd want answers.
Well, do we know how to get to her?
She keeps an office in the guild. What's it called? The Chamber of the Guild Pact.
Chamber of the Guild Pact. Yeah.
Okay. We could go there, get the warrant, tell her the story, and have her escort us. And whatever happens after that, she just kind of takes a long sip of coffee.
I think we've come up with the best plan that time allows for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no time to waste.
Remember, no matter what they ask, deflect. Our case is in the paper. And given the fact that Isperia has been killed, as well as the odds of that, it's obviously something that's continuing, so our reluctance to reveal any more information can be blamed on all sorts of things, like fear for our own safety, fear that other bad things might happen if we reveal too much of what we know. A lot of ways that you can phrase, I'm not going to cooperate.
No matter what noble intentions we claim, they're still going to be pretty upset at that. Just want everyone to be prepared.
And it may take a little while, but I think that as soon as this gets kicked up to the right people, they'll take it over. Alright, is everybody okay? Is there anything anybody needs or wants to say?
Are we all going to the Chamber of the Guild Pact?
Yeah, we're all reporting to our superior.
If anybody asks you about the warrant, tell them that. You can tell them that it was me. You don't have to answer any questions about it. I'll take care of it. I get into enough trouble anyway. They'll believe it. Okay, we should probably definitely stick to the sewer as much as we can. Is there a way that we actually we got to the Undercity through the Chamber of the Guild Pact, didn't we? We could probably travel subterranean the entire way, which would be absolutely ideal. Stick to the shadows a bit, maybe stealth.
Yeah.
Yes, such a thing is possible.
We should attempt such a thing. Talon, can you... Was it Talon? Somebody has Pass Without Trace, or is that Azra?
Hello.
That's Talon.
That would be really good.
Of course I can do this.
Okay, 27, I'll take it.
19.
36.
This is a hood up situation. 31.
This is a hood
Nice.
host. Where the bloody places are you?
I am of the shadow.
Even a 19 is higher than most things passive perception, so we should be okay.
Yup. So yeah, I
Can
What?
who is leading the way?
I guess whoever knows the Undercity best. Or the sewers best. I mean, Talon can't be lost, can he? Without magical means? So that's probably a good idea.
Can I get a survival check?
You got this.
can. Yeah, I got this. Of course I got this. Don't worry. Wait, where's my survival?
Yeah, you got this.
Oh no.
I
he
got-
Oh,
lost his
yeah.
survival
Okay.
And can I get a perception check from you as well, Taylor?
Of course you can.
That you don't get guys.
No, that... I'm very good at finding my way. I just don't notice all of the, things that want to murder us along the way.
Yeah.
That's
You
fair.
do notice that there is an elevated presence. Like you're avoiding people to as large a degree as possible, but there seems to be more footfalls in the sewers, which would make sense if there is a massive manhunt going on. Then they would send patrols down here as well.
Mm-hmm.
But taking sometimes the long way and sometimes the more secret way, it takes you a couple of hours, which is, you were in District 2 and now you're in District 1, so it wasn't a long distance, but it's basically sometimes you need to hide, wait it out a bit, and eventually you find yourself beneath the Chamber of the Guild Pact.
Well, we
Do any
are
of us know where Lavinia's office is? Okay. That's fine. Azra,
Yes.
can you still do that thing where you like turn into a different person?
She just like phases into Callista. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Could you do that to somebody that's not wanted by the whole planet?
Sure. I will turn into I don't know, like a random passerby that I've seen.
Yeah, sure.
We just need to
I
find
think-
out where the office is.
Like
Yeah,
a cute
I-
redhead with dimples.
She's Mirai. Get her.
Yeah, you turn into a cute redhead with dimples, and you head upstairs.
Yes.
There's a guard presence. Not extremely heavy, not as much as last time you were here, but there is a definite guard presence.
Nifty. Is there like a help desk?
No, but there are a couple of guards stationed around.
Can I find Solo?
Can you repeat? There was like a bit of
Oh,
interference.
sorry. Can I find a guard that's like Solo by himself?
Yeah, there's one by the staircase that's kind of friendless.
Wonderful. I will put on my best nervous or slightly lost, and I will walk up to him and excuse me.
Ma'am?
I'm looking for Lavinia's office. I needed to speak with her.
Sure. Third floor. To the left of the stairs. You'll have to check in with her attendant.
Thank you so much.
And he sort of like steps aside to let you walk up the stairs.
I will head up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of like, what's the guard presence like up here?
Not as many as on the main floor. You do know that there is like always a contingent here. This area is under Azoria's protection, so there's always a contingent here. But the people up here seems more to be people who have like offices or who actually have jobs that don't involve guarding doors.
Mm-hmm. I would go where the guard told me, and in search of the attendant.
Yeah, third floor, left of the staircase. You enter. There is a young woman. Looks to be in her early 20s. Who's sitting behind like a desk, and there's an Azoria soldier of some description who's like leaning against the desk, obviously trying to chat her up. And like there's that look when you enter, like, oh yes, I will look into those papers and have them delivered directly. Thank you. We were discussing work, just work. Can I help you, ma'am?
Yes, I was wondering if it would be possible to talk to Lavinia or to schedule a meeting with her.
Of course. She does have a couple of meetings. I could probably pencil you in sometime next week. What is this regarding?
I am a messenger being sent for a group of individuals that is the guard nearby? Like listening?
No.
Oh,
no.
he left.
He was like, "Yes, thank you very much."
Okay.
I was just here for work, nothing else, not hanging around.
Yeah, I would be saying this in a slightly I am hoping to schedule a meeting with a group of individuals that have information about the current goings on in Ravnica.
Yeah, there's that moment where she's like, "Are you fucking with me?" kind of.
Yeah, it's all serious business face.
The current going-ons. Would you like to?
I am not in liberty to say to anyone other than Lavinia. I apologize. But anything like a portrait, because Jace is kind of like, you know, that dude. Is anything there would be like indicate Jace in the office?
No. There is quite a large rendition of the original Guild Pact, the one that broke.
Okay. I will kind of like motion to that. They have information concerning Jace and what has happened.
Why don't you take a seat?
I will sit.
She gets up from her desk. When she stands up, you can see that she has like quite obviously like Azorius clothing.
Of course you do.
And she walks over to like the office. Like this is like the front desk. So she walks over to the office and there's a short knock before she opens the door, and you can hear conversing, but like not what they're saying. Just like that slow rise and fall of voices.
Is this the door out of the office or another door?
Yeah, another door
With
further in. Like
Okay.
this was the front office. She's going to the office.
Is there anyone else in this room?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly drop the disguise and then put it back on because I only have an hour with this and I don't want
Yeah.
this to drop in the middle of the conversation. So I'm gonna do that. But I would like to be very vigilant if I hear boots. Also, is
Yeah.
there a window in this room?
It has windows, but towards the hallway, not towards
Okay.
the outside.
Oh wait, why do I care? Okay, we're good.
And then the door like opens. She'll see you now, miss. And she gestures towards the open door.
All right, I will stand and scurry on in.
And yeah, you see Lavinia. She appears to be a female, shortly cropped hair, late 30s, early 40s. She has that, you know, lifetime of service look about her. Please, sit. My assistant says you claim to have information about what happened to Jace.
It's not me specifically. I was just sent to get a meeting, but I do know of individuals that do. And
These individuals, do they have names?
I'm not at liberty to tell you, but they would like to speak to you themselves.
Where?
There are beneath the Chamber of the Guild Pack. It is currently the safest place for us, or them, rather.
I see. And these people, your companions, I assume?
I'll just nod.
You know, there's quite a few people out looking for you. I'm surprised to see you in my office.
Won't she?
What did you say?
I said she got true sight, don't she?
No, she just
No.
sees through. She has an ability that allows her to see through illusion magic.
Oh, fucking of course you do. I will just kind of like meet her gaze and judge. Does she seem threatening at all, knowing who I am? Or is
Give
this
me
like
an
a
insight.
cash? 12.
Yes, but she also doesn't seem like outright hostile. Like you're a wanted murderer, so she isn't like, oh,
course I
honey,
am.
tell me all about your life.
Yeah.
But she's also hearing you out,
She's intrigued.
and
Okay.
there isn't 40 guards currently in her office.
That's
which
fair.
also-
That is true. I'll drop the disguise then.
Ah, much better. So, your friends
Yes.
in the basement, are they here to turn themselves in?
We're here to deliver information that would suspicions that we are behind everything. Information we've gathered over the last month. Yeah, it's been a month.
I see. Why don't we have them come up for a little chat? And she just pulls a piece of paper out and starts writing something. Folds it a single time. And then hands you the piece of paper and a ring.
And a ring?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The ring is her ring, like her personal sigil.
Oh, okay. So this is basically, this will get us upstairs.
Yeah, this will
Is
get
what
you
she
to
said.
her office undisturbed. Bring them here. I'll hear you out.
Azra will just nod and stand and then kind of... This will get me back downstairs too?
Yes. My authority might not be what controls Azorius, but in this building it is absolute.
Did I see any thopters when I came up here?
No.
Wonderful. We'll walk out of the office then, head down to get the friendos.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of guards like touching the hilt,
Mm-hmm.
but like the ring that you have, and like, would you have looked at the note?
I give a glance when I leave her office at the note.
It basically says to be given free passage by my authority, and then like her name, the stamp from the ring, and then the ring is attached to the note.
Nice. I like this, Lavinia. Yeah, I will make haste to the sewer to retrieve the rest of us.
Yeah, I think you find everyone sort of like huddled together.
We have free passage into the chamber of the Guild Pact and to Lavinia's office. They hold up the letter and the ring.
Wow, nice job. That's more than I thought that we were gonna get by a lot.
Well, I want to do my best, I guess. She can see through illusion magic, so I wouldn't.
We have a free pass. Why would we use illusion magic?
We may not have a free pass out of here, depending on what we say, but
It's true. I just was warning about it in case anyone had any on them to begin with.
Okay, let's go.
Right. Nobody's going to spontaneously grow a conscience all of a sudden, right?
No.
not
A
at this
while.
point.
Okay, good.
A conscience for what? We didn't do anything wrong.
Callista sticks her hand out for a side five.
Slap it.
Alright. Well, let's go. And we'll head up to Lavinia's office.
See you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Like a lot of people looking at you like you're real fucking suspicious. And there's definitely like people are following you, but in like a let the crazy hostage takers move before, like the second you round the corner, you hear like footsteps coming up to the corner you just passed, you know?
Right.
Delia's catwalking it.
Of course she is. And you get up to the third floor. The office is, the front office is empty, like the assistant has been sent away, but the door to the inner office is open.
Yeah, I guess we pile in.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The office
Well-
is quite large. Like it's obviously that of the commander, and in addition to like her desk and some bookshelves, there's also like a smallish conference table with 8 seats.
Alright, we'll take a seat, I guess.
I'll take a seat as well. Wait, no, I don't.
Nope.
Oh, Jesus.
Delia would probably choose to sit between Anna and Kalista.
Okay. My, this is an oddball collection of people.
That's fair.
So, let's put some cards on the table. You said you know things about Jesus' murder? Tell me what you got.
Well, we saw it happen.
Yeah, that definitely gets a reaction. Like, this is a woman who's like professional military, probably a professional interrogator. So, like, she doesn't give away a lot, but there's definitely like a micro expression there.
Well, not all of us
And-
did, but most of us. And
We did everything we could to save him. We tried.
Did he say anything?
He was in a lot of pain at the time.
Did you see who did it?
we saw somebody, but it was very late, and I'm certain they were disguised. We've been sort of looking into a lot of things since this all started, and we really haven't had any help because we think that the people who are behind it are all very powerful and are all trying to cover it up, which, you know, that's not surprising. Quick question. My forgery check, that 20, was I able to convincingly alter? Or what did the 20 forgery get me?
Yeah, like it's a convincing looking. Like it was Jace's note that you were trying
Yeah.
to change. Like, yeah.
We followed a lot of different leads, and I'm sure we're going to have to tell this story 100 more times, but you know, of course, that Azra was sought after for a bounty.
I am aware.
And that it was worth 5,000 gold. That's a suspiciously large bounty for somebody who doesn't have a lot of value to a person. Azra's not even a ministrant. A 5,000 gold bounty for someone of her stature is unheard of.
Excessive.
Extremely excessive. Not that I wouldn't pay it for you. I love you. But it's a lot. We went to recover Azra, and while we were there, we came across some documents. By now I'm sure that the people who we let go or had run away on their own have told you that we were there, or you've heard it. And maybe they were trying to throw fireballs at us to kill us, but it also succeeded in maybe destroying a lot of other evidence, who knows. But I was able to get all of this, and I think you'll find this one particularly interesting. So I'll pass the papers from Thalia's office, which are all hers, as well as the note that I found on Jace, which was, yeah, the instructions for where to be in. If you look at the date, the time, and the place, I think you'll find what we're after.
And you found all of this in her office?
So, we didn't have a warrant at the time, and without that, I'm afraid that this entire conspiracy will go unchecked and unpunished because of paperwork, and I feel that would be very disappointing.
Did you answer the question?
No.
Like yes or
No.
Where did you get this? She points to the note.
That... Well... Wait, did my mic cut out?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Where did it stop?
that, and then nothing more.
Oh. Okay.
Did it cut out again?
No. At least I hope not. Let's see. Where did we find it?
Well, you made it last night.
Well, I kind of did, right?
Kinda did, but she's asking you, where did you get this note?
Well, the note was instructions for Jace. So... where would it look more incriminating, that we got it from him or that we got it on her desk?
I would assume on her desk because she would have had him take it.
Yeah, on her desk.
Give me a deception.
Wait. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Oops, I didn't mean to open the turn order.
Okay.
I got real scared.
Like a 28? It's not
Nope,
a...
under the
Okay.
You're spoken us. Pretty good. So kudos.
If these were
You
instructions...
found instructions telling Jace where to go on her desk.
The only way that I think that it could have happened is if she had somebody retrieve them from him. Which would have also meant that not only did she have a hand in writing it, but recovering it as well. I don't think anyone was supposed to see this. Or maybe it's a copy, I don't know.
You're very good.
Thank you, I always wanted to be an investigator when I was a child.
That doesn't surprise me. But you're also lying. Now, you obviously know something about what happened to Jace. Which is pretty much the only reason why you're still in my office and not being dragged away by guards. You obviously want my help. So why don't you try being truthful and we'll see what we can do for each other. She rolled a nat 20.
Uh-huh.
Fucking Christ, of course she did.
Which is
cool.
probably like insight the character.
I mean,
Pardon me for being suspicious, or maybe paranoid is a better word. But what's stopping you after we tell you the truth and what we know? What's stopping you from throwing us in jail anyway?
nothing. It's called taking a leap of faith. Look, you obviously need my help in some way, shape, or form, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But unless you're truthful with me, I don't know how much I'll be able to help you. And she gestures towards the window. If I were to let you go, you wouldn't survive long on the streets. So I don't see that you have many good options. So what
Delia's
is it
just
going to
gonna
be?
nod and look at Callista like, I think it's time.
Joe, if you're talking.
No. We know that Dovenban and others are involved in a conspiracy to bring somebody here named Bolas. We don't know why yet, but they're all connected to Jace's death, to Spiria's death, and to the death of the Obsidat. So, odds are nobody right now is super safe, but I think that there's a connection between needing Jace dead and all of the rest of what's going to come.
Where did you hear the name Bolas?
Since we're being so honest, I found it in Dovenbon's journal, and there was a lady at an inn who helped me read it because it's in a language that we don't know, and yeah, that's where. But also from Kaya.
Kaya, the
Yes,
newest member of Force of Leadership.
that's right.
Got it. And Thalia's connection?
We're not exactly sure.
You think that she's one of the few people on Ravnica who could have hired an assassin to kill Jace?
Oh. Why don't you roll me a deception?
Okay. Mariah believes that to be true, but I will use a portent to roll a 19, so I get 21.
What would be your motive?
I think she stood to gain more money by getting rid of the guild pact.
This. You want to enter this into evidence, right? With a warrant? And she like points to the bunch of documents that are currently on her desk.
Yes.
Well, as far as a frame job goes, it is quite convincing, and all of these other documents would make her incredibly unpopular if she was left out on the streets. But this, and she holds up the note. You didn't find in her office. So, why do you want to frame her? Actually, maybe a better question is, why would she put out a 5,000 gold bounty on you, young lady?
I left.
There's a slight raised eyebrow.
I am her property and I left. She doesn't like that. And after spending a majority of my life with her, I know too much.
Slavery is illegal. Now, tell me about this conspiracy. Dovin is involved. Kaya of Orzov is involved. Any others?
Most likely, we can't be too sure. We don't have enough proof on anyone.
Do you suspect anyone else?
As was gonna look at Calista.
There's somebody that Kaya's working with. His name is Gideon. I don't know what his involvement is, but she wanted me to find him for her, so probably plays some part.
Excellent. So what you actually want is for me to give legitimacy to your work, allowing you to frame Thalia. To keep your friends safe.
That's part of it, yes. But not all of it.
It's
Tell me.
Go ahead, what were you gonna say, Maria?
I was going to offer it's worth noting maybe that I have knowledge of the future through a little of this and that magic. And as things stand, whatever Bolus wants, I mean, apparently the destruction of Ravnica, he succeeds.
I see. You were going to speak? She shifts her gaze to Callisto.
Look, part of this has to do with us and not being wanted by the entire world. But right now, if Dovin Bun is in charge of the Azorius Senate and they are leading the investigation and he's a part of it, it's never going to get anywhere. But if we dangle Thalia as bait, not only does it take her off of the table for us so we can go about living a semi-normal life, you can keep an eye on who's helping the investigation and who brings new information forward to pin on Thalia. Because you can almost count on the fact that if they have evidence on her, they probably know that she has nothing to do with it, or maybe it turns out she does, but they're people motivated to get this swept under the rug. And if they have a motivation to sweep it under the rug, they probably have something that they're trying to hide from you as well.
I would be breaking everything I swore to uphold. She heads over to her desk and pulls out the piece of paper and starts writing something. Every vow I ever gave. You think you're worth it?
Doesn't matter what I think, only matters what you do.
She finishes writing it and she's putting sand over it so the ink dries. Well, fortunately for you, you're about 22 hours too late. She folds it. And then she puts a seal on it. And she's waving it, waiting for the seal to dry before breaking the seal open, scrunching the paper a little bit, and then giving it to you. I already broke my oath when I told Dovin Bond he no longer has any authority in the Chamber of the Guild Pact. So, I will play along, and let's see if this fox hunt makes the hounds come out. Who knows? We might even catch some bigger prey.
Thank you.
Do you look at it?
I do.
It's not dated 2 days ago. It's dated the day Isperia died.
Okay.
And it's basically saying that she has formed a team of investigators who are not connected to Azorius, Bulgari, to have an independent investigation into the events surrounding the death of Jace and Asperia.
She's smart.
She's so smart.
Like, I don't know if she even knows this, but that was like the day we were all closest to Lavinia. It makes the most sense that she would have even met us that day.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's also the day that we kind of gave the wink and the nod that, oh yeah, we won't investigate, wink, wink. And he's like, no, please don't. And we're like, we won't, wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Now, all of this evidence, he sort of gathers all the documents, will of course have to stay with me. It wouldn't be useful if anyone would point to a specific piece of paper and ask you where you found it. I think the note will be sufficiently vague. So, with that, you will be debriefed. I hope you all got a good night's rest, because this is going to take a time. And she like opens the door, and like you just see a shit ton of soldiers standing
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
Find me Cornelius Monroe.
Is she saying that to us or to the guards?
The guards.
To the guards.
Okay.
We're not free to go. We can't go find Cornelius Monroe.
Okay. Okay, guys. This is. Did she just say my?
It's
Your
okay.
dad's name is Cornelius?
Yeah.
And your name is Cordelia. Cordelius!
Cordelia just starts crying.
Yeah, I think Cordelia, like, her dad is a stickler for the rules, and especially if the investigation concerns his daughter, he, like, he will be so thorough. Like, so very thorough.
Yeah.
Well, these men will escort you to the interview chambers. I'll make sure that there is food and water brought in for you.
Do you have any of those donuts with the jelly inside of them?
I'm afraid we do not, but I'm sure some can be procured. And like one of the like definitely lowest ranking sort of like just slumps his shoulders and walks out. Like,
Aww.
I'll get him.
Go get him, Rex.
Baby.
It's gonna be a great cop someday.
I would hate to trouble anyone, but some coffee.
Oh, that we do have. And yeah, you're all escorted. That like downstairs, you've been here before. You were in one of these rooms when Alex was interrogating you.
True. I'm sure we'll
But
be here many more times.
yeah, this time, like, there's not one office. Like, you're all put separated and put into offices of your own. Like, and about half an hour later, there is like a small tray delivered with, like, you know, a pot of coffee, a cup, a mug of water, a glass, a small selection of like fruit and baked goods. And yes, there are donuts.
Well, that's my cue.
Yep.
And Mirai,
Yes.
it's about 35 minutes after the food was delivered when the door opens and an elven man with reddish hair and a beard, strange for an elf. There's definitely, he's not a full elf, maybe
Okay.
3/4. Enters. He like looks at some paperwork. He has like a monocle in, and then he looks up at you. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Mariah Vega Pepper.
And Miss Pepper, are you here of your own volition and free will today?
Yes.
Now, when did you have your first encounter with the Living Guild Pact?
I mean, it was that night, right? Or had I met him before?
I don't think you'd met him before. You might have seen him in the crowd
Right.
distantly.
Of course, I guess in that instance, I almost didn't even meet him that night. Kind of watched him through my cat.
So you watched him through your cat.
My
And what was-
familiar.
And what was he doing?
He had a clandestine meeting with someone.
Mm-hmm.
They seemed to talk for a while. And then somehow some poison got administered to him. And he began to choke and kind of turn a violent red. And at that point, me and my friends intercepted to try and help him.
Mm-hmm.
The perpetrator got away, but we tried to save the guild pact. But the poison was magical. It caused him to explode shortly after I had managed to gently repose him.
I see. For the purposes of the record, let it be shown that at this point I will administer Zone of Truth. Did you have anything to do with Jesus' death?
No,
Did you have anything to do with the death of Hesperia?
no,
Do you have any idea who was behind it?
I don't think so. Not yet.
Yet your group brought forth evidence pointing in that direction.
Maybe not the assassin, but who wanted her dead yet.
And would you like to state that person's name for the record?
think if you look at our evidence, Thalia seems to be indicated.
I see. And this Thalia character, do you have any connection to her?
No.
And yeah, like the questioning goes on for about an hour. And it's a lot of like asking the same questions over and over again
Yeah.
in slightly different variations, seeing if you get a different answer. But the documentation that Kalista presented does kind of save your ass a couple of times.
That's good.
And by the end of it, you're kind of exhausted. And you feel like a rag that's been, wrung a couple of times too many. But as he stands up, thank you for your cooperation, Miss Pepper. You will be detained while we conclude our investigation. He sort of gestures, and there is like a small settee couch thing that, like, if you cleared off the pillows, it would probably function as like a cot.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay down, and Delta 2 can just like, I'm just gonna get comfy. Maybe
Thank you
not
for
like,
your-
yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Very well. And Talon,
Yes.
like about 2.5 hours since the food was delivered when your door opens.
Um,
And yes, again, this man of Elvish heritage walks in, reddish hair. Just looking at like documents as he takes a seat and like gestures without even looking up, like gestures to the other side of the table. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
of course, it is Talon Velisay.
And you are a member of the Selesnya Conclave, is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you care to tell me about the events that transpired on, and he says the day that Chase died?
Well, sweet Jesus, I have to go and look back at it. Because I remember I was nowhere near that. I was like, I was at somewhere down the street. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
you were at an inn.
Yeah, I was at an inn. I didn't even see what happened down there. As far as I recall. Yeah. Well, I don't think I am the first one you ask. I was
Really?
not. I hope your paperwork does not take this long, but I was not near when the guild pack died. I was further away.
And why were you there?
Further away?
Mm-hmm.
I was there because I am most efficient at keeping an eye out.
See. So you were keeping watch?
To an extent.
Let the record reflect that at this point I'm going to be casting Zone of Truth. Did you have any involvement in the death of the Living Guild Pact?
No.
Did you have any involvement in the death of Hesperia?
No.
Did you have any involvement in the death of Delpsida?
Of who now?
The Obsidat, the ghost council that previously ran.
Yeah, I just didn't hear that. I was like, wait, what?
I want that to be in character so bad. Dylan's just like, who's that?
Who's that? Is that an important person? I don't know. No.
And again, it's like a lot of the same questions going over the same things, but like you have that extra layer of protection, like you didn't actually see anything.
Yeah, I saw nothing.
Must be nice.
Everything that you know is stuff that you've been told by like Callista or
Yep.
Azrael or Mirai.
Yep.
And yeah, you memorized the script pretty well, and
Our evidence suggests that.
So on and so forth.
yes. Why were you present in the residence of Thalia yesterday?
We were collecting an investigator.
And the name of this investigator?
Ezreal.
And this was the investigator that had a 5,000 gold bounty out on her? Issued by the same person?
Correct.
Why do you think Thalia issued that bounty?
I am unsure. I only know. No, I don't even. I am unsure of
Let
why.
the record reflect. I'm asking the witness to speculate. He's like, go on. I'd love your take on this.
All I know is that she is part of the Osov, and she had run away or escaped. I am unsure.
I see.
I haven't gotten too many details.
Well, I thank you for your cooperation.
Mayhaps she had secrets. I am not sure.
We will take that into consideration. Thank you. For the time being, we will be keeping you and your companion separated until we finish our investigation.
Of course. Could there potentially be sent a message just to my family?
Of course.
Thank you. Just to not make them worry needlessly.
I'll have a runner attend to you.
Greatly appreciated.
And yeah, like he leaves maybe 5 minutes later, this young man same guy they sent out for donuts, shows up with like a piece of paper and a pen, and he's like, "You wanted a note delivered?"
Yes.
Yeah.
And
He's like standing ready to take it down.
I will just.
Sorry, just to avoid any coded messages being sent.
Of course. I will just tell him that to note down to send it to the family residence that I am currently okay. And it may be a while before I'm home, but you needn't worry. I know I'm not with a woman.
Are you sure I should add that last sentence?
My mother would get so many ideas. Please do add that I'm not with a man either.
FYI, not with a man either. Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
And Cordelia.
Yep.
It's been like 3.5, 4 hours since the food was delivered. Like, I think you're pretty much dozing off when the door finally opens. And you see your father. He just drops the paperwork on the desk with like a bonk and takes a seat. Would you please state your entire name for the record?
Okay. Cordelia one.
And our relation?
You are my father.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that I will be casting Zone of Truth. Now, Cordelia, tell me about the events that transpired on the night of, and he repeats the date when Jace was killed.
Well, I was walking and we found Jace, who appeared to be poisoned. We saw a cloaked figure talk with him for a moment, but then they left abruptly. When Jace was starting to show the signs of distress, I and a few others ran over to see if we could help. But there was nothing we could do with the poison that was used.
I see. And what events had transpired so that you were there that evening?
Players trying to remember.
Well, we were there because of we knew someone was going to get killed because someone in the guise of Altair ordered it.
Oh.
But I don't know if you should. I mean,
Huh.
in your best judgment. But that's what had happened.
Huh. Okay. We had been previously investigating a lab explosion. So we were all working closely together to try and figure out the culprit or what had happened. Is it, of course. But we were all doing some investigative work, trying to get a further lead on that endeavor. I don't know if it's connected.
I see. Now, tell me about your investigation into Thalia.
Regarding our investigation into Thalia, the information that we know so far is in the paperwork that was given.
Could you identify some of what that reflects for the record?
I had never handled the paperwork.
So you don't know what's in it?
I know it's sensitive information.
It is.
Callisto was the one in charge of the paperwork regarding it.
Tell me what you know about Thalia.
She's a very powerful woman in North. She is a vampire. She's a Orzhov Pontiff. She was desperate to get Azrael back. And I believe she's still hiding things.
I see. What kind of things do you think she's hiding?
Plots.
What kind of plots?
I couldn't expand on that without more information. It would just be accusations at this point.
I see. And how did you come to be involved in all of this?
She's just gonna grin. My fantastic investigation skill.
Yeah, you get the sense that he doesn't believe you.
We were given a warrant from Living.
I see. Well, I thank you for your cooperation. For the time being, blah blah blah, restrained, blah blah. It's all good.
Delia will hide it under the table if given the chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that.
Must be hard getting interrogated by your family. Can't even imagine.
There's no trust.
Azrael. It's been about 6.5 hours. when the man enters the room. I do apologize. These things do tend to drag on a little bit.
I'm used to being locked in a room for long periods of time.
See? Well, let the record reflect that I am casting Zone of Truth. Would you care to state your whole name for the record, please?
Ezreal Foster Prospero.
And what is your connection with Thalia?
I was her. There's really no title for me. I was hers. I have been a property of hers for 10 years now.
Like a slave?
Yes.
And how did you come to work with your companions?
My connections to my companions lie with Callista. She formed the bonds originally, but when we investigated together, that was when we were given the warrant that you have been informed about, I'm sure.
I see. Now, can you take me to what occurred on the night of, and he will again repeat the date that Jace was murdered?
We had come under information that something was to happen, and we're investigating that happenstance. However, by the time that we arrived in the area, Jace had fallen victim to something.
Something.
I am not incredibly knowledgeable on what causes someone to die in the way that he did. So, yes, something.
I see. Could you describe the events that took place? As you remember them, of course.
How detailed do you want this?
As much detail as you can provide would be appreciated.
During the evening, we arrived on the scene, witnessed Jace sitting. When we moved to get a closer look, we heard sounds of distress. When we got close enough to try and help him, it became clear that that was not going to be something we could do. And if I remember correctly, he exploded.
I see. And who were you with at the time?
trying to remember who actually had come and who was a distance away. Talon was a distance away.
Taylor was a distance away.
Mirai was as well because she sent the cat. Was it just me that was close? Was it me and Kalista? This is like me as a player trying to fucking remember how that went
I
on.
think you and Kalista were closest.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Delia was trying to heal him.
No, like when we were watching. Was it me,
Were you
Kalista, and
watching?
Cordelia?
Yeah.
I think that's right.
In proximity, it was me, Kalista, and Cordelia Monroe.
I see. And like, there's more detail, like blah blah blah. You saw a shadowy figure, blah blah blah.
Yep.
And this bounty of 5,000. Do you have any idea what?
As I stated previously, I am property to Thalia, and I have been with her for 10 years. You can imagine things that I have seen that I am sure certain individuals wouldn't want to have out in the open.
Thank you for your cooperation. You will be detained, blah blah blah. Time being.
Would I be able to send a message?
Yes, I'll have a scribe attend you shortly.
Thank you.
And yeah, same dude, donut guy. 7 minutes later. Like, he's hot, he's sweaty, he just ran to Celestia.
You come and arrest
Now
her,
he
they
gets to run
said.
again.
It'll
It'll be easy, they said.
Yes, miss?
I have you. Are you alright? Did you want to sit down?
You know what? That would be great, thank you. Okay, yeah.
I just kind of like give him my chair. I need 2 messages sent. One to my family and another to a person who would be my fuck, what's the term for it? What else will we use? My significant other.
Oh, yeah, sure, ma'am. Not a problem.
I will just I'll take a pen and paper and just like don't worry about it, I got this, and I will quickly write down Alex's name and tell him
Mm-hmm.
that I'm currently being interrogated, but I am okay. And then draw a little heart, and I'll fold that up.
Good old kiss. Put on some lipstick beforehand.
And then I will also have a letter sent to Sabriel to inform her that I am okay, and to tell Mother that I am also okay and safe. And I will give him that and then tell him who they are going to. But like, also I will be like, you can take like a 5-minute break there, bud.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. If anyone asks why it took you so long to take the messages, just tell them that you
We
couldn't
debated
understand.
about the heart.
Yeah, that's sure. Wonderful. We'll do that.
Got it. Thanks, miss.
Yeah, no problem.
Whew, okay. He sort of stands up, looks at the addresses. Like, fortunately, they're close, and he's like, oh, thank God, this is the end of my shift.
I don't have to go run in a field for an hour finding a horse.
Excuse me, could you send a message to my grandmother in the 7th district?
You monster.
You have to deliver it by hand because grandma likes the personal touch.
And Callista,
Yes,
it's been a solid 8 hours.
there's
in
been a
this room.
table snooze.
Yeah, and like every 2 hours ish, a guards will check in and be like, "Tea break? Yes? No? Okay. Just knock on the door if you need anything." But eventually the door opens. And you see this man. He is vaguely familiar. You did see him at the Guild Summit. Ah. I'm very sorry about the wait.
It's alright. It's a lot to do.
That it is. That it is. Now, let the record reflect that I am casting Zone of Truth. And would you care to state your full name for the record? Yes.
I just go by Callista.
I see. And Callista, would you care to enlighten me about the events leading up to and familiar date?
Well, we were originally investigating something else. We got some clues about the date. And so all of us, went to this place and saw Jace there. And, well, some of us saw more than others, but we know that he was on the bench and that he was, we think, poisoned. And yeah, he died there. Yeah, I don't know how much anybody else has told you, but I probably by this point can't tell you anything new.
Maybe not something new, but valuable still.
I hope so.
And yeah, I think you go through exactly what happened, what did you see? It's much of the same. Shadowy figure. Sorry, I can't tell you more. Blah 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 blah. And when did your investigation lead you towards Thalia?
I'd say pretty recently. I mean, sort of, she's been a problem for a little while for us, which it's a little bit suspicious to begin with, but then, she put out this ridiculous bounty on Azra, and of course she was captured, and we had to go save her, and yeah, I mean, we have a warrant that's dated, and I'll give him the date from the guild meeting.
Guild summit.
The summit, yeah.
So at the time when you breach Thalia's property, did you have any inclination that connected her with these heinous acts of murder?
Well, we started to suspect that she was up to no good because, well, as I said, the amount that Azra's bounty was for was really suspicious. So we were mostly there to recover her, but we did come across documents while we were there. We couldn't really just nail down one person, because if it's a big conspiracy, well, I don't have to explain to you how it works. I'm sure you understand, but, you know, we have to keep our options open, but that means we can't really rule too many people out. So, I mean, in a matter of speaking, she was always kind of a suspect.
I see.
But of course, something this terrible would, you know, people would take a lot of precautions to hide things, so it's not too surprising to me that, you know, the smoking cannon wasn't present. At least not at that time.
I see. So the initial incursion was simply to reclaim your lost member, and during the course of that, what kind of information did you uncover?
Well, I've provided everything that we uncovered in the documentation. We were attacked upon arrival, as we expected to be. And, you know, it's really too bad that the house burned down, because who knows what else was lost in there. I'm not sure if it was a coincidence that they were all setting things on fire to try to kill us, but I mean, maybe there was something more to it. I don't know.
I see.
It certainly seems convenient that we can't go back and investigate anything else that would have been in that house. And I mean, there were people that we let go that didn't want any trouble, and so we let them go.
I see. And the implications of this documentation, as you see it?
The way I see it, it suggests that Thalia had something to do, if not directly with the murder. I mean, I can't say for certain that she was there or was the one that did it, but it certainly seems to imply that she knew about it and at least had some sort of influence in bringing him to the place where he would die. So, I mean, conspiracy to murder is definitely on the table, I think, given that evidence.
Thank you. Now, I'm sure you understand that as all this information is verified, you will be kept detained. Hopefully, this will all be over soon. We appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Can I tell you something?
Of course.
Cordelia's your daughter, right?
She is.
You know, we probably wouldn't have even survived if it weren't for her and her soldiers, and I don't know if she told you or if you know, but there were 4 of them and only 1 survived. And she definitely took some pretty difficult choices to make to stay with us and to help us, and it's probably cost her some status within the Boros Legion. And I know that my word won't mean much, but if she didn't take those hits to the chin, then we probably wouldn't have been able to do any of this, and I just wanted to say that about her.
Well, I thank you for your kind words about my daughter. And I am sure Our investigation will conclude that she observed herself in a manner that would make her faction and her parents proud.
Good, it should. Thank you again, and I guess we'll just wait until we hear more.
It shouldn't be too long. Thank you. And yeah,
Gotta be-
like he leaves, another 2 hours passes, and another guard, like, you want a toilet break? And like all of you have like you know, you get the occasional toilet
I've
break.
had 2 entire pots of coffee. I will take it.
Nice.
And the rooms, while they don't have like large windows, there is like smaller windows that cannot be used to, you know, run away. So you do kind of notice that the light grows grayer and darker as night falls. And eventually it is evening. At around maybe 8-9 o'clock, people enter your rooms with like linens, just a covering for our very special pony boy. They're like, yeah, we didn't know how you sleep, so here you go, Mr. Talon, sir. And you're still all kept separate, Calista. Like,
Damn it.
None of you get to see anyone.
Do I get to keep my emotional support animal at least?
You do.
Okay.
Calista, give me a ranged attack.
Ooh, okay.
They all sick.
You'll hit a guard in the eye.
I'll just do thrown dagger, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're making quite an intricate pattern that could be reminiscent of a face.
Yes.
And it's around 10 o'clock in the evening when, Azrael, you get a message. Azrael, it's Mother. Are you okay? Where are you? So worried about us. Please tell us everything is okay. I was thinking.
Oh, Mom!
She got very excited about the prospect of sending you a message.
Oh.
Someone even put that shit in a ring so that she could do it herself.
God damn it. Oh, God, this is going to be a little bit harder because I didn't want it. That was really cute. I'm just going to count my things.
Your mom didn't counter words. She
I
just
know.
Went.
They were like, they explained like a short statement, and she's like, yeah, I can keep it short. Yeah. And then she was like, oh, I'm doing magic, you guys.
Adorable.
Check me out.
1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. This is what I will send back.
About 7 minutes later, you get another sending. This one from Sabriel, and it just goes. Happy to hear it. We have sources on the inside keeping an eye on you. And then you hear like, not meant for you, but like, no, mom, stop. And that's like the end of that sending.
It's horrible.
Prosperos are my favorite family.
Callista.
Yes.
You get a multitude of messages.
A multitude. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. So you get one from Yiva, which is basically gather the troops, you said. Meet at 9 o'clock, you said. Fuck me and my life, right? There's a couple of more. They all tend to have that generally snarky, like, make a plan, see the plan through. No, fuck that with a stick and a broom. Wrong way. You get a couple of messages from Ferellan, which is like, you know, we're monitoring the situation. It is known that you are in Azoria's detention currently. We have a pretty good idea of where you are, monitoring the situation. I'll keep you updated. Mirai, you get a message from your supervisor, like, having a sick day today, I see. You know. In the future, please be as kind as to report if you are not attending your duties. Thank you. Kind of snarky.
Okay. If I knew I had duties, I could have sent a message.
I mean, it's mainly like you've been missing for a couple of days now. Like, if it's only been one day, they wouldn't have said anything, but it's been like 3 days.
I was doing science, supervisor.
Talon, you don't get any messages sent, just a couple of birds that seem to like hover up around the window. Like, detained young man? Really? On the, yeah, I
You
was
got a howler?
expecting them. Yeah, like it's from your mom.
Yeah, I knew that.
And not even with a girl or a man. Not that I would care, but look, if you're gonna be locked up in a room for 12 hours, the least you can seek is some decent company. That's all I'm saying. Did I ever tell you how you and your father, how me and your father got together? Such a romantic story. Actually, we were trapped, and like it's basically, you know, a couple of birds that show up to tell you the story of how your parents met, and like you've heard it 1,000 times before. Like your mom thinks it's super cute, but I mean, it's so.
It is funny. I was gonna check in with Izzet when I had to go save Azrael.
Yep. And Cordelia at around 10, like right as you're like starting to think maybe I should just go to bed. There is a knock on your door.
Okay.
You know, when I told you not to investigate, this was not what I had in mind. It's Alex.
Yeah, it is. She's just gonna give him a big hug.
Yeah, he's just like giving you a big hug too. Puts a kiss on top of your head. God, you should have seen his face.
Dad?
We were having lunch together when the message came that he was needed for an interrogation, and among the people he needed to interrogate was his own daughter. It was fucking hilarious.
Well, glad to provide some entertainment.
Broderick says hi, by the way. I don't know what you did to piss off Mom, but like she was acting super dodgy about it.
Yeah, she told me to be a good little officer and stick in my office. And we both know how that went.
I mean, an independent investigation ordered by the Chamber of the Guild Pact themselves? That's, you're rising up in the ranks, sis.
Jealous?
No, not really. She explained that she wanted it to be an outsider job, so there wouldn't be any kind of allegations of Azorius favoritism. Which is valid. I mean, the Golgari were our first suspects.
Yeah. I mean, it all makes sense, though.
So, how are the other ones doing?
Other ones?
Yeah, your friends, like the little tiefling girl, Phelan, Mary.
Right.
Yeah, that one. And Azrael. How are they doing?
Kalisa's great. She's really good. She's really got her stuff together. I'm glad to have her as a friend. Same with Mariah, Talon. It's all going really well.
You're doing this to torture me.
I'm trying to be kind.
Oh, do you want to see something?
Sure.
And he pulls like a small it's like a coin purse, but smaller.
You don't have to show me that.
No, look, it's awesome. Do you think she'll like it? And he opens it, and there's like a hand fasting bracelet inside, which is basically an engagement ring.
Yep. Yeah, that's what that is. Alex, you know.
See, it's white, black, and blue, so it's like all of our colors together, and like braided in like the super intricate pattern.
Yeah.
It's called an eternity braid.
I know what it is, brother. I know. So, you heard some of what happened at the estate, right?
Yeah, I heard that you lost a couple of good men. That's awful. Like, losing people under your command is always just heartbreaking.
And
I wasn't much older than you the first time it happened to me.
and you know that we were there to save and rescue Azrael.
Yeah, he nods like, yeah.
She never really acknowledged any of it.
Well, I mean, it's different for people like them. Like, you and I, we both have officers training. We understand that the day might come when people under our command might die as a result of the orders we give, but other people, they don't get that. And I've seen a lot of good men shut down when bad stuff happens. And you know, Azrael, she's not really good at feelings.
There was nothing.
He looks concerned. But like in the, oh wow, it must be really bad if she's like completely shutting down. Have you tried speaking to her?
I talked at her loudly. I just want to make sure that you have all the information before you make that kind of commitment.
What do you mean?
I just, I think there's some layers that she needs to get through before she could agree to something like that. And it sounds stupid that I'm your younger sister and I'm trying to give you advice like this. Just know that I love you and I will continue to love you no matter what.
Of course, I love you too, sis. He seems genuinely confused.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say, Cordelia? Oh, I understand what this is. Cordy, just because I let another woman into my heart doesn't mean I'm gonna love you. And
that's not what it is. I know you will never stop loving me like your little sister. I know that. It's not that at all. I'm simply concerned that she's not the one for you right now. I think she could be, but she's working through a lot right now.
So I shouldn't pressure her. I mean, you might be right. I mean, it took her like 2 years to say that she had feelings for me. Maybe jumping straight from that to this, and he sort of jingles the bag. But it's just, it took so long to like get her to admit anything, and I was kind of figuring, while the iron is hot and all that.
You might want to ask before, showing how much thought you put into it. Like, test the water, but I really don't think she's ready for it.
Well, it's not like I'm suggesting, baby straight away. We would want to have a honeymoon phase, I would assume. Like, at least 2 years or so before we had children.
I'm just asking you to consider that she might still be focused on her and only her. And I think it's possible to get her out of her shell without breaking the shell,
Like coaxing her out.
Slow.
Like a wild animal.
Yes.
Okay, got
I
it.
tried the yelling thing. It didn't work well at all. No, it didn't.
You're a good little sister, Munchkin. And he sort of like does that thing where he gets you by the neck and just gives you a noogie on top of the head. When did you get so smart about relationships? I mean, when are you ever gonna get a boyfriend? You would be really good at this. Let a boy kiss you or something.
I have one.
A boy that kisses you?
Mm-hmm.
He better not do anything other than kissing you.
Alex! Don't make it weird.
Cordy, you're still 19 years old. Like,
20!
Okay, you turned 20 like a fortnight ago.
It's
Fine.
legal.
Barely.
I am abiding by the law.
Uh-huh. And when did you meet this boy?
Years ago. When I was still in training.
Oh. And am I to believe that you two waited until after your 20th birthday before you did anything more than hand-holding?
2 minors can have relations, and it is legal.
And this boy, is he a minor?
Not anymore.
Was he a minor until you stopped being a minor?
Maybe.
Does he have a name?
Yes.
What is it?
Demetrius.
Is that a first or a last name?
First name.
And his last name?
Trennan.
That doesn't sound like a Boros name.
It is not.
So he's guiltless.
What's up?
I'm sorry, did you sneeze?
He's from Orzhov.
An Orzhov boy. Really? Cordelia. You know what they say about Orzhov boys. They are not nice young boys. Appropriate for a young lady of impeccable breeding.
Alex? You're one to
He gives you a look like, I dated ladies of impeccable breeding well before I met Ezra.
I will also say that he treats me better than any boy in the Boros Legion.
Oh, really? And how many boys in the Boros Legion have you tried out?
Enough.
Cordelia!
You know, this
I'm
is
telling
where
Mother.
No! Alex, you not tell Mom.
I'm gonna find this Demetrius Trenet. And I'm gonna have a talk with him.
Will you be nice?
Maybe. And he starts walking towards the door.
Alex, I really like this boy, please.
I'll give him the shovel speech and immediately like slams the door shut after him.
Do it.
Azrael, can I get a perception check?
Sure. 16.
Yeah, there's a loud discussion happening outside your door. And it's basically Alex going like, of course I'm family. I'm her fiance. Sir, there's no record of a fiance? Well, just open the door and ask her.
Is that how you want to get proposed to? Are you guys for the record?
He's like more trying to make an excuse to get in and see her, but
Ah.
um
You didn't take it through though. I take it.
yeah, it's quite loud and like the man is like, sir, I am not waking her up in the middle of the night asking her if you are her fiance. If this is serious, you should come back at
Azra
9
just
o'clock tomorrow morning.
pushes the chair back and then runs up to the door, just starts banging on the door. Let him in the room!
Sir, I'm quite sure she's sleeping. He's like yelling over the thudding of like
Yeah,
fists
no,
on the
she
door.
keeps doing it.
Fine. Do not touch the door. I'm going to talk to my supervisor. And you hear like a heavy footsteps, and then Alex immediately trying to touch the door and getting like electrocuted and like, ow, shit, fuck. Ow. I forgot about the electric doors. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, I just,
Touch the door.
yes, that was
You broke a rule.
I forgot about that rule. How you doing?
Well, I've been in a room for, what is it now, 12 hours? 16? Who knows, really?
Have you been able to get some rest?
A little. It's
You
nice to hear your
okay?
voice. I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, except for like the sparks
electric-
coming out of my hand.
Oh, well, don't touch the fucking door again.
I talked to your mom. She seems very nice.
That's good to hear. I'm
Well-
sorry that I couldn't have introduced you on better terms.
No, it was fine. Your father seems nice as well. Your brother seems really rude.
Ezra just like, there's just a big heaving sigh. Caliban is Caliban. He'll get used to it.
Oh, no, I completely understand. Hey, did you know that Cordelia had a boyfriend who's in Orzhov?
What? That's so strange. No, I didn't know that.
Are you getting worse at lying?
No? Maybe.
Yeah.
And there's like heavy footfalls coming back down the hallways. And you hear like another female voice, not one that you recognize. Sir, please step away from the door. We allowed you to see your sister because, well, you're family, but you cannot just keep adding people onto the list. You can come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for visiting hours. He's like, I'll be back tomorrow morning, 9, okay?
All right,
Get some sleep.
I will. You as well.
I'm going. You don't need to escort me out of here. I'm leaving, okay? You just hear, like, not fast enough. And there's, like, the sound of a small scuffle as he is politely escorted out of the hallway. And that is where we're going to take a 5-minute break because it's a really late time to take a break.
Yes.
But
Okay.
Yes. I have to.
long rest.
Yay.
Wow, what comfortable jail cells.
Well, they're not jail cells because you're not being
In jail.
Yeah.
interrogated. You're being questioned about your investigation, your completely sanctioned investigation.
Yes.
So you are being kept in holding cells, but the nice ones that they reserve for special guests, not the shitty ones.
Also, we fancy.
When you
Oh.
wake up,
Oh wait, it's a new day.
it's a new dawn. It's a new day.
Roll those buttons. Ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
That's good, Portent.
Oh,
That's so good. A nat 1 too. Oh my god.
one of the only
Keep
times
rolling
you're
these
happy to be in that
19s.
one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
God.
I love it.
Kalista, you get a couple of new messages.
Okay.
Uh,
I would have responded to the other ones as well and like let them
yeah,
know it was
I assumed
Yeah.
that you would have. Like most of them were just like, "Hey, boss, we're running the business." But one that does stand out is at approximately 2:30 this morning, Thalia was arrested in her home.
in her home.
In her home, like that, not that home that burned down, but like she had
Okay.
multiple
Yeah.
estates. And she is currently being questioned within the Azoria Senate.
Very good to
Yep.
know. That makes me
Yeah.
smile.
The person who's apparently leading it is Dovin Bond, which really isn't unexpected, like super high profile case. So Azorius has arrested a high ranking member of the Orzhov Syndicate. But according to the official chatter, she was arrested after a joint investigation by Azorius and Orzhov.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
someone is definitely trying to put a spin on this. The
Uh-huh.
spin machine is spinning.
Yes.
And Azrael, at 9 o'clock sharp that morning, there is an unlocking of your door.
There's a good boy.
10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. And the door closes behind you.
That's enough time.
I love you, Roan. I love you so much.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
that's a savage comment right there.
Just complete silence except for just that. Damn it,
Oh my
Rowan.
god.
They say comedy's all about timing.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. But yeah, no, Azra, like as soon as the door is closed, is hugging Alex.
Yeah. Hugging. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. This is a PG game, Kristen.
For
What?
10 minutes.
Since
Yeah.
when?
For no,
When is this PG?
it's very true. Azra, in like for one fucking day, doesn't feel like a piece of shit. So she's taking this up and using that 10 minutes wisely.
And that's
Okay. Can you roll me a D100?
Me?
Mhm.
Oh, shit. 26?
Is there anything more worrying than percentile die?
Nope.
Yeah.
Do they ever mean anything?
Maybe.
Sometimes,
Who-
depending
With
on
Chris-
how I feel that day.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it depends on Kristen, really.
Yes, you have a lovely 13 minutes indeed.
Oh,
They forgot for 3 minutes. Wonderful.
They didn't. It was more like someone was undressed and they were like, "Oh my god, put on pants." And shortly before noon, all of you are taken from yourselves and escorted to a small conference room on the same floor that you're currently on.
So this is the first time we've seen each other in 24
Mhm.
hours.
Some of you look rougher than others. And by that, I mean those without prestidigitation look rougher than others.
Best
Fuck.
spell in the game.
God damn it.
Mariah, can you hit me?
Oh, I
Can you
probably
hit
look
me?
like
I punched Cordelia.
Like, Astral has like sexed hair and like her shirt is inside out and yeah.
100% hickeys on my neck. Like, it's bad. Like teenagers. Murai, would you mind just the hair, at least?
Okay, yeah, I can't prestidigitate your shirt on the right way, I'm afraid.
Oh, fuck this. God damn it. Well, fuck.
Alright, channeling Maya, I'll style everyone's hair.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
So everyone is a redhead for an hour.
An entire. Oh god, an entire red horse.
Oh, wait.
Except for Cordelia. Her hair is already red enough.
Disguise self. I look like me, but better.
Sure.
Okay.
And you're taken into the small meeting room, and Lavinia is there waiting for you.
Oh,
Please.
Lavinia knows.
Make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
I will politely sit.
I will also take
I'm
a seat.
happy to inform you that our joint investigation that needed to be kept secret and has now unfortunately somewhat leaked out to the public has resulted in an arrest, as Thalia was detained at one of her properties at around 2:30 this morning. She is currently being questioned, but proving extremely hostile, and as such, very uncollaborative. Azorius leadership is quite sure that she will eventually break under questioning. And for now, the bounty on Azrael's life has been rescinded, as there is no one to pay it. Now, that does not mean that you are all completely safe, and although we will no longer be keeping you in protective custody, we will advise you to exhibit a certain level of caution as you return to your daily lives. I will expect weekly reports given in my office. Let's say Mondays at 9 o'clock. As your investigation progresses forward. We believe this to be not just the work of a single woman, and I would like to see what else you can uncover. Am I being clear?
I look forward to working with you.
Excellent.
That was 9 in the morning, not 9 at night, right?
9 in the morning.
Oh, 900.
Okay.
You'll have to get up earlier than normal, Mariams.
I do have a
As
question.
for... Of course.
How much is known about our personal involvement? Like, to the public?
The public is aware that, and by the public, I mean your respective guilds have been informed that in the wake of the death of Hesperia, a small independent task force was formed under my command to investigate this death. During the course of this investigation, you stumbled over links to Jace's demise. We appreciate your effort, and we will be reserving the use of your services in the future. And as such, we have paid a small fee to your organizations so that you will be free to do your work in the most efficient manner possible going forward. You are, of course, expected to maintain a certain presence within your respective organizations.
I just
But-
worry that if our identities are known, it's going to make the investigations nearly impossible.
Orzhov have been informed of your identity and that of Azrael.
Alright.
Boros has been informed of Cordelia's identity. Selesnya has been informed of Talon's identity. And Desert has been informed of Mirai's identity. It goes against guild law for one guild to arrest any member of another guild without informing them. So but
I
as
understand.
far as the guilds are concerned, your investigation was and still is focused on uncovering the truth about Esperia's untimely death. An investigation I might have hinted we expect to lead within Azorius ranks.
Okay.
Which is not untrue, and also a handy reason for why I assembled this motley crew without including any member of my own guild.
Makes sense.
You are to consider yourselves free to take up your duties as normal. Like I said, I expect weekly reports about your progress. And I also expect a complete written up report about what you have really uncovered over the past month. On my desk, Monday morning, 9 o'clock. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Crystal.
Excellent.
There's probably something that you should know right away.
What's that?
You know the Gruul, how they have that big party and stuff? It's in like 5 days.
I am aware, yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're planning to raid all of District 10 and maybe other districts, and it's gonna be real bad, and they think that it's the end race, and maybe a big giant pig will help them. Just maybe something that you want to know about.
Do you think that's connected to the other things that have been going on?
I have no idea, but it could cost a lot of people a lot of lives, so Figure I drop that one on your desk, since you're probably better equipped to deal with that than I am.
Wonderful. Then the first order of business would be for me to order my new investigators to look into that. Monday, 9 sharp.
Balls.
Sure.
Cool.
And she leaves the room, and there's like a soft thud as the door closes. There is like a small envelope in front of all of you with your names on it.
May as well open that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all open it together. So
We can all die from the anthrax.
Uh, There is two things inside each of them: a piece of paper, parchment, and a sigil. The sigil seems to be like half and half, so it's half Azorius, half your guild. So in Talon's case, it's like on one half it's like that triangle with the intricate pattern inside, and then the other half of it is the tree. For Azrael and Callista, it's half Doors of Sun, half the triangle. For Mirai, it's half the Dargan, half the triangle.
Durgan.
And for Cordelia, it's half the fist, the half with the thumb on it, and then half the triangle.
Dope.
When you open like the piece of parchment, it's 2 pages. One page is like an official writ, which is like, yes, these are official investigators working on a joint task force. Please step aside. Azorius is on top of this, ma'am. Kind of paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is a cashier's check. It just says for services rendered.
It doesn't say how much?
Yes, 1,000 gold pieces.
Bitch.
Oh,
Pretty good. Can make a few time machines.
Well, I know that we have to start investigating this whole gruel thing, and we don't have a lot of time to do it, but Asra,
Yes.
you still have that key?
You fucking bet I do.
We have a warrant and an official writ.
And I know where the vault is.
I mean, it'll probably be
We-
pretty easy to spot with the whole building around it burnt to the ground.
No, her vault will be
Oh.
in Viscopa.
Oh.
Should we
Well,
make
then
a
lead the
little
way.
detour and see what treats we can find?
You bet your fucking ass. 1,000 gold is nice, but let's see what Thalia has.
Are we gonna get in more trouble?
No, we have a warrant.
We have a warrant and we have this paperwork.
Which means
It
what we
says that-
find needs to be entered into evidence, and
Yeah,
we can't take
For
it and censor
sure
it.
it does. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We'll definitely enter everything into evidence. We're real investigators after all.
Yes, exactly. What Calista
Okay.
said.
what?
Okay, good.
I'm sure there'll be something there that will be in evidence.
Well, yeah, it's a vault. Of course, she's hiding things.
I think it might be more than a vault, and I'll pull the keys out, and there's like, it's a ring of keys.
Wait, you had those on you the whole time?
Yeah, these are the fake ones, though.
Ah,
I have secret pouches.
That's what she calls her vagina.
I wasn't going to make a comment. It was going to be a joke, but I took the high road.
You did. God said no. The low road is where we go, though.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Is that what you're planning to do immediately?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Before
Yeah,
Low
get that.
profile, she said.
We're sort of in the area, so
Yeah.
May as well. What could
What
possibly go
is it?
wrong?
Is it a Tuesday? This is the morning, right?
Ooh, look at this.
Caliban's at work.
Oh.
I'm gonna go see my brother too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh God, the scope is so pretty. I'm gonna lead everybody to Caliban's office.
Yeah. Not a problem.
Wonderful.
You make it to Caliban's office. He is entertaining. Like, there's a shit ton of people. Like, he's obviously connected to you, and with what went down, like, Thalia was arrested, people have heard, and he's like, nah, dude, I didn't know a thing. Yeah, fucking crazy. I mean... And then you guys enter and everyone looks at you and like just turns like a flock of, owls, like their heads on a swivel. And then everyone's like, oh my God, what happened now? Tell us what happened. Oh, it's so crazy. We've been hearing all kinds of... Low profile? It is not.
Investigations are ongoing.
Can't speak about it, and we are on official business. Would you all mind leaving?
Everyone's just like, oh. And
Azra's putting on her grr face too.
yeah, people start filing out of the room. Like the easy, scared assistant first, and then more senior personnel. After seeing that you mean business.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually it's just Caliban and the people he shares an office with. And after like a quick exchange of glances, they're like, oh, yes, okay.
Oh, yeah. Coffee break. Coffee break.
Water cooler time. You okay, Azrael?
Thanks to everybody here, I am, yes.
He like slowly gets up. Like he was sitting on the edge of his desk. And just like opens his arms.
Yeah, Az is right in there.
And he hugs you for like a long time. Like he knows some of what has happened, so I think everyone's quite excited that Talia's in jail. You should go see Mom.
I am. I plan to. After one thing. It'll be quick. And then that's where I'm going.
Sure, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pull out the keys. I need to know what vault these belong to. And where I can go to get it. And like, I asked Caliban to find all of her vaults, and I just kind of
Yeah.
give him like the knowing look.
I'm sorry. I can't help you. That information is confidential, and I'm really thirsty, so I'm gonna go get a cup of tea, and it definitely shouldn't look in the top drawer of my desk.
Understandable. I wouldn't want to put you in a position.
Awesome.
We'll be out of your office in a second.
Yep, just after I am.
Yep.
And he, like, you know, ruffles Callista's hair as he walks by and, like, gives Talon a nod and that, like, head tilt eyebrow raise at Cordelia. And the grin at Mirai.
Oh, a grin, is it?
Mm-hmm. It's quite flirty. And then he leaves the room.
And I will go into his top drawer.
But he said not to.
Yeah.
Investigators.
There is a list, 6 different vaults. 3 of them are marked with little asterisks that, in brackets underneath, says extra magical protection.
Well, where do we start?
Well, we should. Do
Actually,
we...
sorry. Are we under a time crunch?
I
Not-
would like to get home tonight, if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Azra and Cordelia have some stuff they need to attend to today, but...
Hmm. So, why don't we start with a couple of the non-extra magical ones?
And can we find out any information? Is there anything in there about the nature of the enchantments? Because maybe Mirai could help. If we knew what it was, it'd be better.
It doesn't appear like Caliban knew.
Yeah.
He just marked the ones that was
Okay.
apparently like extra security on.
Yeah, let's check the regular ones quickly, but maybe Mirai, do you want to start looking at the magically defended one first, in case it takes you some time while the others are looking through the regular ones?
Sure.
Make the best use of our time.
Sounds good.
Blackness. No.
Nope,
Nope.
bottom of the page.
Bottom of the pageness.
I like that I can see the little cat, and it's 2 hit points make me so sad.
We'll cast Mage Armor on the cat to give it 15 AC.
I think mage armor is self only.
It's
Yeah.
touch.
Touch, yep.
Check it.
Because I have definitely twinned a mage armor on to some people.
Interesting.
Like it's really gonna help if it gets attacked, but
Oh, is this like the 3 vaults that are hers and we're looking at the doors?
Nope.
No, okay. What are
Can I get a history check from Azrael and Callista?
19.
we... 19, 11.
Azrael.
Yep.
The doors are marked. So this door. I need my arrow tool. Is marked 1 through 9.
Mm-hmm.
This one is marked 10 through 18. And this one is marked 19 and over. The first vault that she has is Vault 18.
So this way.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Which one is marked magical?
Oh yeah.
The-
What are the vault numbers? Just so that I'll write those down.
So her vault numbers are 6, 18, and 30.
The magical one.
$30.
Okay.
Like, yeah. These are her vaults.
I'm gonna also
Like,
put in brackets.
she has 30, 31, and 32.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna put in brackets probably where the coffin is. All right. So yeah, first let's head to 18.
Yep, you're standing right next to it. You put, like, roll me a d15. Yeah, no, it takes you about 13 tries. Like, there were a lot of keys on this. You should be able to move through it now.
Oh, wonderful. Oh.
Yeah, you know the passage forward.
Oh.
These are vaults containing. This is not the vaults you're looking for. Give me D14. Yeah, it doesn't take you quite as long, and it's still moving forward. Going to 18, which is the furthest in the vault.
Starting to really pick out these keys.
Yeah, D13.
Garen's real good at picking out these keys.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh, would you look at that?
It seems to be a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff.
Very shiny.
Yeah, it contains like a selection of fashion, armaments, arms, jewelry. Can I get investigation rolls?
Yup.
From everyone?
Yeah, let's all have a scander.
I almost hit
Good we have me
intimidation.
right. Good we have me
Gonna
right.
intimidate that stuff.
Yeah. I think everyone finds pieces that they find interesting. Callista, you find some like a quite ornate dagger. Does not appear to be magical in any way, shape, or form, but it's really pretty. It has like a mother of pearl handle that's inlaid with like gems and jewelry. Kind of like in Ottoman kind of style. Like it's quite old fashioned, but really shiny and pretty. Talon, you find like something that's definitely of a Celestia make. It appears to be like a necklace made of leaves, but they're enchanted to like never lose their luster or fade.
Hmm.
Not a specifically complicated enchantment, but very fine work. Azrael, you find a dress. It's beautiful. It's white, and you recognize it. This is the dress that you were wearing when you first came to live with Thalia.
Oh, I got
And-
like a full body chill at that. Ew.
And Cordelia,
Yes.
you find like this small box that contains insignia, like old fashioned, not the current insignia. Like they're recognizable as guild insignias, but they're just quite old fashioned. Like a set of stamps. Mirai, a lot of this dates back a long way. You're gonna guess that there's stuff here that is over 2,000 years old.
Goodness.
Whether or not all of this is Talia's, maybe some of it belonged to her master, it's hard to tell, but it's feminine, all of it. No. Like this is keepsakes, jewelry, pieces
Okay,
of
I was just looking
clothing,
at the.
books.
That's fine.
Yeah. So like there's the occasional odd piece of fancy and expensive jewelry, but most of the things here seems to be like more sentimental reason,
Mhm.
or maybe it'll come back into fashion.
Sure.
This would I still fit in this dress?
No.
I'm gonna take it anyways.
Give it to your
Like-
kid that you're gonna have with Alex in 2 years. Or whatever his plan is.
Cordelia would like to cast Detect Magic.
Sure.
Oh,
Give
look at
me-
you.
Give me an Arcana roll.
Dang.
Yeah, it does.
Adorable.
It does ping on like a couple of things. None of them seem particularly powerful. It's more like preserving and, you know, mothball magic.
Okay.
And like the
This-
leaf necklace, like things that are
Yeah.
like enchanted
Like
for beauty.
So nothing is super bright,
No.
but it's there.
Yeah. And the next vault is on the other side of the hallway.
Mm-hmm. No. Excuse me.
Hey.
Also, I will lock up once everyone's out.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah?
Kalista,
Yeah.
when did you get that necklace?
This. Well, I got this. It was the night of the party at my house. I got it after you guys left. It was my mom's.
Oh,
You like it?
cool. What's it do?
What do you mean? It doesn't do anything.
It's magic.
What?
Yeah, it's glowing.
What?
My necklace?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of spell?
What kind of spell?
Which school, at least.
abjuration and illusion.
Oh. It's a little bit of both, abjuration and illusion. But you don't know what it
could.
does?
No, I didn't even know that it was magical.
I can identify it for you.
Would you?
I'll try, yeah.
Thank you.
Cast identify. It takes 11 minutes, but
Well, if you focus on that, I will try and open these doors.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
good thinking.
Mm-hmm. Time-wise.
There you go.
Thanks.
And it was vault number 6, so it should be this one right here.
This one?
This one. This arrow thingy. Oh shit, wrong layer.
I was just gonna say, Kristen, you're on the wrong layer. I can't see.
This one.
Okay. Give it a. I would like. This did say that it was not magical.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will figure out what key opens it and then give it an open.
It is a chest. It contains some money. Mostly like about 1,000 gold value. Like this is more like paycheck vault, like where employees come to pick up wages, or
Okay.
like the wage vault.
Okay.
Where paychecks are collected from.
I won't touch it yet, but I'll go back to the group to let them know the vault. How's the identify going?
Mirai, it appears to be like it's strange. It's the illusion, like it's not a spell. Like it's not an actual spell. It seems to be like kind of like a variation on mental prison.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But instead of like binding them in an illusory cell, you're sort of like letting them see an illusory reality. Oh, and if you unattune, you take 10d10 psychic damage. As for the abjuration spell, it appears to be a variation on protection from evil and good.
What does it protect from if it's a variation?
It does not protect you from celestials, but everything else.
Okay.
That spell is like underneath the other one. So like
Sure.
seems like originally it was like a necklace of protection.
But someone put on
This other spell on top of it, yes.
Kalista, you said your father gave you this?
Yeah, it belonged to my mom.
It's hard to say how long these spells have been on it.
There. This has some pretty intricate mind magic in it. You once told us you saw a person, a friend that none of the rest of us could detect.
Yeah.
The spell in this necklace probably could have done something like that. It seems to play with the wearer's perception of reality. But I wouldn't take it off just yet. It's cursed might be a strong word, but the amount of mental strain it would take to deattune from the item could be fatal. I'll look into this.
Who would curse her?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
understand why anybody would do that.
What do you know about your mother?
And I remember a little bit. But she and my dad owned a tavern. And it burned down.
It also has a protection spell on it. It's possible your father didn't even know about the secondary effect.
Do you think he knew about... What do you mean the second? He wouldn't give me that if he knew it was something dangerous.
Right. And the illusion part of the magic was probably there when it was your mother's.
I'll have to ask him about it. Thank you for
Okay.
telling me.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have a job to do. We should do it. I didn't know this was going to be... We should... What, Azra, what did you find?
It's the payment vault. It has about 1,000 gold value in it, but
We should leave it. That's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
it's not something that we should take.
No.
Do you want to have a look at the magical vaults just to see what it is
Yes.
that's on them?
Mm-hmm.
Very much.
All right.
There's more doors.
I'm assuming her vaults are probably to the right.
Yes. Talon, what are you doing?
I'm just waiting behind.
Okay.
Nah.
Can I
I
get the
didn't move.
dexterity saving throw from everyone who hasn't Talon?
Oh, wonderful.
Sure. Shit, everyone's rolling so well, and I'm rolling. Damn it.
Hey, add 5.
You're not adding your own bonuses, so technically it's a 10.
True.
10
I'm a
of
13.
Callista, you take 0 damage.
Yes. I love it.
Damn it.
Yes.
Wow, that's
Oh.
a super low roll.
Yeah, holy shit.
Chef's kiss, man. Fucking.
Cordelia and Mirai, you take 19. Azrael, you take 9.
God damn it. Cat needs to roll 2, doesn't it?
And
Well, I mean, even if he passes.
Cat, no.
What?
Oh.
What?
can I get everyone to roll initiative?
What?
What have you done, people?
I didn't. I walked up to the door.
Yeah, don't do that. If it was the door to the vault.
I did. It wasn't like I touched it.
No, you just opened it.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Because I was gonna like do like mage hand and like look
Yeah.
at the door and like that's okay.
That's okay.
What we fighting?
I think it's gargoyles. I have
We
a
don't
sneaking
know.
suspicion it's
Yeah.
gargoyles.
It's a doom whisperer.
Oh, don't! Ash!
It's just Oko. He's gonna turn us all into elk and call it a day.
Talon's fine with that. He's halfway there.
Yeah, pretty much.
God, I love not ever being able to roll well in initiative.
It's fun.
I can't even see anything going down.
+4.
Just like me.
These are dexterous motherfuckers.
So I shouldn't fireball in these tight quarters?
And that is where we will pick up next week.
Oof.
The image of them are so tiny, but it kind of looks like an angel.
It is.
Oh, no!
Shit.
Oh no!
Doesn't it show in the initiative order for you?
I know that's
Yeah.
what I said.
Such a
that
tiny little
it's
icon.
tiny. Oh wait,
Yeah,
can I make it?
Oh,
no, I can't
I
make it
just
bigger.
opened it up into a bigger image. Yeah, okay.
Wait, how?
Oh, did you
Because-
just move it?
No,
Oh,
Image in new
no.
this is
Oh.
how it looks. Have fun with that.
It's a Death Pact angel. Hooray!
Yay!
Okay.
Um.
All right.
It's
It-
fine. Like
Alright.
it's literally fine. Like we're talking DC 19 saves and a +9 to hit. Like you'll be fine.
We'll be all right.
We have a tank.
When I turn her into a squirrel and she rolls a 1 on her save.
Yeah. Okay. So
Oh, that is true. Actually, I forgot. We have that portent.
did we level?
Did we level?
Did we level?
Doesn't matter if we're all gonna be dead.
No.
It does matter.
No, we
No.
didn't.
No level.
No, it doesn't matter because we leveled.
We took care of the
Did you
Thalia
not level
problem.
last session?
No, we
No.
didn't.
No.
It
What?
was
Okay.
2 sessions ago. Excuse
Okay.
us.
2
Wow.
sessions ago.
As per stated contract, we are supposed to level every second session.
Yeah, it's in
No.
our union
Yeah.
contract.
No, it's
Excuse me,
based on
I'm
how
building
much
a
we
wall
accomplish.
here. Like, no, I have to put alligators. That's very expensive.